Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second. I got the audio up for the 3 people it works for. All right, cool. Yeah, so small chance that this could fail. Oh, fuck me. What did I just do? All right. QQQ a little more resilient today. I mentioned last night several of the big mega cap tech stocks were still above gamma neutral, and it seems like they've invented a new strategy. They're shorting vol and buying mag 7. No one could have ever seen that genius move coming, but fortunately here in the pickle jar we know about it ahead of time. Let's see. So both still have a bit of an edge here. Getting up above 49.90, 49.95 is key to maintaining that positioning. Fuck this Black Monday. Let's fucking go. That's what I like to hear. Well, a lot closer to it if we can retest 49.75 sometime soon. Vol's turning around a little bit. I think I might short the index. Let's see what momentum's looking like. Yeah, that might fail. That's not quite failing yet. So we may we may get another. We may not. Okay, we could get another retest a little higher. We might retest 49.90 if we can find some support down here, but futures looks really fucking weak. Let's just do this to me every time. We're to support at 50.20. It's on the 5. Okay. It's a little bit of a bounce. Not a very strong bounce, but a bounce. Let me try to get these charts up. It's just still slightly positive. A little bit of vol shorting. QQQ is backing this up a bit. BTK, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, girl.
To the depths.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of these cis white Mondays. Market crash. I have it here on my calendar, but did the market get the message? We'll see.
When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC.
Oh, way too loud. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I fixed it. A little late, but... Good morning. Yeah. Now you guys are awake and ready for the trading day. Volume was at the perfect level. QQQ's going in for the quadruple top. Still have a little bit more range on this. Put walls at 5,505. Ridiculous attempt to reverse price action. Yeah, MQ's quite a bit stronger. Google's up 1.5%. Apple's up 50 basis points. Tesla shit the bed again. What was it this morning? Deliveries or something? Why does Tesla suck so bad? Oh, they cut prices. Again. Just brand loyalty. Let's see. Netflix down 1.2. Nvidia bounced back 4% so far. A lot of calls being sold here. Above 5,000. Okay. Remember, dealer is a seller on the flat tape under 5,173. No, piece of shit. Although I will say they're not selling a lot on the flat tape, but they are selling it. Delta neutral's now at 49.98. It's about $3 out of the money. Left a little gap to the downside. Greg, getting back into day trading. What's up, man? After being active for a while, net green almost every day the past 2 weeks. Pretty conservative, but consistent. That's the way. Love to the pickle jar. Crash and burn this bad boy. Well, if their rescue attempts fail here, those 49.75 sold puts are going to be very, very exposed. Elon? Yeah, it's probably Elon's fault. Or the ketamine. National Activity Index came in higher. That's nice, but not good for inflation. I don't think they sold 4K Cybertrucks. Probably. Well, they probably did, right? No, my 49.75 puts are not sold. Well, everyone else's are. Elon cut, same like. Okay, don't blame the ketamine. All right. I guess he was already on that path long before the ketamine came along. Why would anyone do drugs when you can just go outside and stand in the sun? Yeah, he could have just been sunning his taint on the roof of the Twitter building this whole time. This has a more bizarre body shape, Elon or the Cybertruck? The Cybertruck looks like when you're like a kid and you try to build a Lego vehicle, but you don't have all the right parts to make an actual vehicle. So you end up with like a lump with wheels on it. Yeah, because the gas pedal falls off. No lie, I want a Cybertruck. Y'all stop it. Listen, man, it's not too soon to seek help. Okay? You don't need to drown yourself in a pond. There's a full life out there for you to live. FSD, bro. Too soon? I don't think so. If you're a billionaire and you get wine drunk and drown in a pond on your own property, and none of your staff is willing to save you in the like 4 hours it takes you to drown in your Cybertruck, you probably weren't a great person. You know what's amazing is an entire Texas ranch and not a single fucking winch anywhere. Have you ever had WeBull take an unordinary amount of time to post your buying power after a completed wire transfer? Call them. Just call them right away. Be like, I need you to check for a wire transfer, and they'll get it done. This looks like it's gonna fail. I fucking hope so. They all had guns, but none of them had bats to break the window. They needed a small rock. Or a spark plug. Ooh, starting to look a little ugly again. Still getting a pretty decent amount of call sellers, which does provide liquidity on the upside should we break the 5,000 level. But right now it's just crushing the gamma on the call side, which is making it exceedingly difficult for them to break the price up above delta neutral. Like most of this is getting carried by QQQ. RSP is just slightly positive on the day. How's Dow doing? Dow and Russell are doing well enough that there could be some breadth on the backside of this. It still looks shitty though. I'll probably set a stop on this just to be safe. So I'm down 18%. Set like an 850 stop or something. Yeah, I guess I don't need to. Do we have any call side support anywhere? 90, a little bit. Not much. Yeah, out of the money calls are selling like crazy. Trying to reverse this. Here at the 90. So the 90 support's moderately important. But I think even if we just fill this gap, we can get a downside continuation. The 75 test is just simply not that far away. And Q failed big. Yeah, it did. Volatile. Yeah, they're not pushing as hard to reverse it this time. This might just be some stop loss hunting. 922. 9. Like 880. That's a bit more volume. Still fairly weak. Interesting. All right. Todd is definitely back from vacation. Starting off strong today. We on that. If you squint, there's a slight megaphone. All right. Under 60 before noon is my prediction. Is anyone else obsessed with the latest album Taylor dropped, or is it just me? It's not me. The firms taking profits must love the short vol guys just holding the bags. Such nice guys. I had 4 fiber gummies and 2 ice cold brews. There's a war going on in my insides, and I am losing. Todd was rebuilt as a cyborg. Interesting. It's a hot take. Let's see. RSP still holding up. ES still looks very weak. How's Dixie doing? Still at 106.30. Correlation on the 1 month is turning around super hard, but forward yield on vol is rising. Huh. Oh, because yields are moving up. Nice. Well, 2 years, 2 year fell off of 5%. The 10 years at 4.639. Hmm. I think on the look at the 5-minute here on SPX. This does not look great. We're really just struggling even with the test at 5,000. I need to delete some of this shit. Any more? Okay. Gap fill that holds 70, 75. Could be support for an actual reversal, but this it doesn't look like it's going to be off the back of this pump. In the money buying. Not enough. 90, 85, 80. So 75 is probably actually supportive to the downside. But still a put ramp down. It's not a strong one, but it's there. Greg, I keep spilling my liquidity everywhere. Help. Gold fell a bit overnight too. A lot to do with the strength in China. Yeah. Although that seems to be receding pretty quickly with the dollar moving up again. Hmm. Go EV dead. It's still up today. Huh. I bought more gold contracts for August. I might pick up some more on the pullback. What do you call this pattern? No, we got bullish consolidation into a breakout, and then the test is just failing repeatedly. It's just a lot of support at the 90 level because they're buying in the money calls to try to keep it from failing. This is the I hope we can save our short puts at 5,000 before the call sellers overwhelm our shitty 0 GTE position. You think it might be a good time to buy weekly VIX calls? Well, this week, they expire Wednesday, right? Because they haven't issued shares and the plan isn't approved. Also, this would be roughly like 20 something cents is like roughly the value of their like cash assets post dilution. Starting to slip again. I think they're trying to crush vol hard enough. Maybe they're just trying to crush vol hard enough to get the long puts to close. But I feel like they're just helping out the call sellers. Maybe they want the call sellers to take profit. It's kind of just flatlining. This is going to be boring. Dork, stop buying the 49.90 call. Do you think it would be, yeah. Buying weekly VIX calls seems like, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could try to get them at 18 and see if VIX bounces above 18. Or back above 18. It might not be the worst. I feel like there's better plays, but we were hoping for Black Monday, not Flat Monday. Yeah, me too. That would have been cool. Although, I'll take this. Still bearish, right? I don't like opening here, I'll be honest. I would have much rather we opened above 5,000 or below 49.75. Because this could turn into a very, very fucking boring day because we're probably going to end up range bound here if we don't get a bigger move in the first half of the day. What's your favorite gold ticker to work with? Just GLD? I mean, generally, yeah, just GLD. Sometimes I'll trade like gold futures, but I hate COMEX. And I like Barrick for playing the arbitrage on miners. Proud to be an 18-month age pickle. Thanks, Nick James. Question: if there ends up being a 15 to 20% correction this year on SPY, how crazy would IV get for Jan 25 puts? It depends on how fast the correction is. If we slow bleed out 2% a week for the next 10 weeks, that's going to be not very impactful on implied volatility, right? Which is, I mean, short vol has yet to give up their positioning. Do you think VIX is likely lower now than it will be at the end of the week? That's a good question. I don't know. We have a lot of data this week. A lot of data that could turn price action around, too. I would say if that data's bad, then we could see VIX up at the end of the week. I think GDP is going to be strong, and I think bulls are going to pile into it, even though it's not economically good for GDP to be strong. I think bulls are going to try to pile into it to save whatever positioning they can, especially before PCE comes in, probably hotter again. Please give me the exact end of week price. It's kind of insane how we're down 6% in a short amount of time, and VIX has never been above 20 during market hours. NASDAQ dead. I mean, it's not dead, but it's not doing, it's not that strong. It's still up 50 BPS, and it's still outperforming ES. It's bear flagging though, and if it breaks the trend, it's probably going back to like 17,112, 17,1, right around there. Yeah, let's say 17,150. That looks like a better support. Quite a lot of volume on the sell side of tech. I think a lot of people are still pretty willing to bail. ES needs to be rare for us to break 85. I think below 50.23. Yeah, it's like 50.20 ish. It's like down here. Are you playing anything for Tesla tonight? No. I don't really think there's a lot of downside left on it. And if it falls below that like 128 level or whatever, I can just short it after the confirm, right? I don't need to fuck with their earnings. Greeks on Baba? I mean, yeah, I do. Are you trying to chase the reversal? Baba's not in a great place. Let's see, delta neutral at 70, gamma neutral at 66. So it's testing DN right now. Hmm. Getting a little bit more pressure on vol here. I think the shorts might be starting to win a bit. The slow bleed is not favoring the bullish positioning here. Start to pick up some momentum on a break of 49.8760. There you go. You pick up a bit more under 49.8350. Do you think NVIDIA AMD push is going to fail and they drop again soon? That's very possible. Yeah. The AMD push, obviously, significantly less impressive. I don't think that one was worth mentioning, but it's very possible that NVIDIA fails. It's still deeply below gamma neutral, so straight to jail. Nice. Oh shit, I should put stops on this. Like 11:30. Is that a gap? Ooh. Lost 1520, yes. Should pick up a few sellers here. Fix back above 18. Still kind of bleeding. Oof. Big future sell-off. There we go. There's another move down. That should drag us into 75. If we break 75, it gets ugly because they've been selling all the puts there. Win bounce. Those are a little harder. Go EV so flat. Is it being shorted to prevent a breakout? Well, indexes are selling off, which kind of gives them some liquidity. Actively shorted. Not very heavily. They're kind of out of ETF liquidity there. If it's gonna get shorted, it's gonna start to spike the borrow rate. I'm trying so hard to catch the knife. Yes, breaking that level. Next support's at 5,000. Which puts us around 4060, 4065. Which is kind of a weak range for puts. Although there's quite a lot of puts at 50 too. I mean, this is definitely breaking down, right? JPM's still at 49.75 on the long puts, but those are June, right? So they're just all delta. They're not really going to accelerate the price to the downside a lot, but if they go in the money, they'll have kind of a heavy effect on price action back to the upside. It's not really gearing, it's just kind of suppressive. Right now, above them, the delta on them's increasing as we fall into them, which does have a bit of a pull. Yeah, but once we're under them, they act more as like more as a resistance than they do, and they don't do a lot to push price action really fast to the downside. Don't want to reverse. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, that wasn't bad. This bounce might not have a lot of legs. Let's see. Probably trying to fill the gap there. Or we may see that. Let's see. Yeah. I don't think a gap fill would be unreasonable. I'm short AMD this week, and that Is that a good idea? What is your end of week price target for them? I don't have an end of week price target for AMD, but I'm also short AMD. My price target's 136, which will require a failure of the 145-ish support today, probably, or tomorrow. Do I go short again on the gap fill? Risky. Yeah, kind of want to. If we fill the gap. Looks like gold's finding support at 2350 again. Should we come buy this at like 780? Um, buy stop. 1050. What the fuck? Failing to fill that gap is really bearish, by the way. Mm. Yeah, the delta from the bounce is starting to fall off again. Maybe I just take the... Can a stock run because of a reverse split when it's highly shorted? Or just down? It can, but there's a lot of other factors. It depends on how short it is. It depends on how liquid the synthetic, like the alternate pools of liquidity are. Very frequently with reverse splits, most of the short that like gets exposed is just netted off via ETFs or the options chain, and then that's not a driver of price action until a much later date. So they kind of net everything off and then drag it out over a long period of time. But if it reverse splits and the price goes up sharply, right? Like if indexes are moving or there's a lot of active fund pressure, that can pressure the short positions to have to cover earlier. Stopped out about early on my put. Can't complain. Made $500. How do you generally determine your stops? Do you find the option price chart helpful? I like it. Yeah, it's easy. Or at least on WeBull it is. I'm just an ape, but something serious is happening at AMC stock. No, it's not. Nothing serious has ever happened with AMC stock. Adamir is just gearing up for another dilution. Enjoy getting your money blown up yet again. Shouldn't we be lower? No. AMC's I can't believe people still own that bag of shit. How long do they need to default on their debt for before? And like, how many dilutions do you need to hold through total before you're like, oh, this is a terrible investment? But Gorg, think of the C-suite retirement. We see Deviant benefiting from this recent quarter's oil. Sure, why not? Yeah, it could help their earnings. Is Upstart a liquid? Yes. What are the possible effects of being a liquid? Increased volatility? Which, if you're short vol, is bad, right? I keep seeing people buy AMC. It's sad. Yeah, it is. I'm not a grape, but something serious is happening with this wine stock I'm back holding. People are keeping AMC propped up because they like their overpriced popcorn and beverages. Who even goes to movie theaters? That was the problem with AMC all along from the very beginning, right? Is that the people buying it are the same people that think other people want to go to movie theaters. Diamond Hands. What happened to the Diamond Hands? They lost all their money. Dear immensely regularly handsome man, when you said BNED was risky, I thought you meant risk from all the honeys I'd attract from the fat gains. Then this happened. Where are the honeys? I don't know, Pooh. I don't know. People who want bed bugs go to theaters. Yeah. You're from Ohio, Seymour. Your opinion's it's not pertinent. I know, I know. You're an individual with your own thoughts. But they're Ohio thoughts. But their hands are pure tetrahedral carbon. That's surely worth something. Nope. Oh no, my name is broken. You son of a bitch. Oh fuck, I almost got my fill. Gibbet. Still failed to fill the fucking gap? Oh, maybe I'll get it. And now I kind of don't want to buy it. Let it gap. Let's see how we're looking here. Still a weak bounce. Eh. This is kind of bullish. Well, a little bit. Depends where it tests. What's NQ doing? Okay, the NQ bear flag failed. I found support at 17,183, so a little higher. Yeah, I'd still like to see NQ fill in the rest of the downside test, like 17,150 or 17,120. Yeah. And it still looks weak. Look at the weak fucking bounce. I'm kind of pissed that I could have bought this put 60 cents cheaper. Maybe I wouldn't have filled. Eh. Oh wait, I don't want to buy more of these. I just want the one. Alright, so Delta's starting to fall off a bit. True State, welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. Popcorn, please don't crash the market yet, Glorp. It doesn't look like it's crashing today. Thank you, Popcorn. I'll buy a kind of a call. Kind of bullish isn't good enough when we're down here. It's, well, I'm thinking more in like the long run, like over like 15 minutes or so, the 15-minute time frame. If we get a double bottom or another bottom, then we might get a reversal. Maybe that's more important on NQ than it is on ES, but I'm very worried about us just getting stuck here. Volume's starting to decline, right? I kind of warned everyone about this last night. There's a really good chance we can get stuck between 75 and 5,000. And this fucking bounce here didn't help with us breaking out of that range, right? So we might get like one more good push of momentum in the next hour. And if that doesn't fail 75, it's going to be a really fucking boring day. Remember Amazon strong-arming games workshops to put women in the Space Marines for their Warhammer 40k series? Puts on Amazon. You know what? Amazon could make 500 different versions of Warhammer 40k and they'd barely lose any money. Someone buy me a pigeon wheel coupon. Fuck you, you cheap son of a bitch. That's it. No early access for you. I'm gonna give it to a poor. I'm gonna give your spot to a poor. You heard me. Don't play games with my fucking heart, alright? Ooh, me. Thank you, Brett. Welcome to Cornishon, people that aren't Cobra. And welcome back to Pigeon Well, Cobra. Guys, give Brett and Dan a shout out for hooking you up. Thank you, guys. We didn't even test 75 yet. I know. It's pre-FOMO. It's from the prior put gains. I have a good price on this put, but I don't feel as bullish as I should. Where's my volatility? I'll take his spot pops. I have to see if I can find it in my heart to forgive him. Let me be clear, none of these gifts I have gave can be used to incur any sort of access to any special software Pickle creates before I get it. No, it's true, it can't be. I bought back some Zom CCs this morning. You ready for Zom 230 next Monday? I should probably buy some back too. This is all very un-Pigeonwheel behavior. Either you stay in the club or you quit. Yeah, but like not just quit Pigeonwheel. Quit trading. I see that I FOMO'd into Pigeonwheel before the coupons were given out. Yeah, the community came together to try to support your credit card bills. But you signed back up too quickly. Took a break from the market for a while, blew up my gambling account. My wife knows when I'm back to trading because I listen to your channel during market hours. She says, "What are you shorting now?" I've become the thing I hate. Blood in, blood out. Damn straight. If Rims and Tims can forgive the many transgressions you've delivered, you can forgive Cobra for losing credit cards and your couch cushions. But Rims and Tims hasn't forgiven me. He just says that so he can try to bait me into meeting him in dark alleys. It's a lie. His forgiveness is a lie. That's usually how I trade. Are you gonna burn off my pickle tattoo if I leave the cult? Yes. He invites you to warehouses all the time. They're empty. They're empty warehouses. I love being a bear and watching this weak market try to keep its head above water. I mean, at least pour some out for the people who bought 50/25s at market open, right? For $6. What just happened to me with Pigeon Wheel coupons is exactly how I have a BNet cost basis of 123. Don't worry, you'll be able to buy shares for 5 cents. You'll be able to average it down in no time. I'm not wasting whiskey on Dork. Did Dork buy 50/25s? Oh no. Dork, are you still solvent? Goddamn risk management task. Ooh, am I gonna make another $500? Nice. Boop. Ooh, let's get a lower low. Let's not find support here. Fuck off. Yeah, keep going. Fill the fucking gap already. Bullshit. He strangled with SPY 450s. Oh, so he's gonna be rich. Oh, he strangled the 50/25s with 450s? He's gonna lose all his money. Hold on. I'm out of settled cash. I made 450. Oh, okay. Alright, cool. I need to set a stop on this. Did you see how cheap I bought this option for, Dork? That's so cheap. Divorce papers should grant you a pardon. I mean, I just feel like you divorced both of us, Ben. My spy got stopped out, so you're welcome for the drop. How did I wind up with all these spy June 500Ps? I would imagine that you bought them, or you gave fake Gherk your trading your trading port password. 1/6, y'all. I just want to thank all the little people for making this possible. Thank you so much, Cookies and Leche. How did I wind up with all these? We're bouncing here or plunging? Well, I would prefer the latter. Oh my god, I got stopped out. Son of a bitch. Well, now I want us to bounce. Ew. You said it was really you. It's never me. If you have it to fake Gherkin, make sure 500 puts aren't short. I've seen this pattern before. Slide all the way down until I buy my put, then over 5,000. Interesting. I don't know. ES looks really weak. So does NQ. I think this looks good to continue the failure. One second. These phone calls when we hit the JPM puts. That's just confirmation bias. See, that looks like it's still got some downside in it. Ooh. Yeah, I think if we lose 75, it's not absurd to think that we could test 50. 60? Yeah. Looks like short vol's kind of failing here a bit. I've seen this pattern before. Slide all the way down until I buy my put. 40, 60 if we break 75. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. We might pick up a little bit of gamma. So 50s, I mean 50 is not out of the question. I think the technical level is at like 50, 55. So like we test 60, but maybe slip it a little bit before we find support. The problem is that 55 is just dead. It's just no one wants to buy that strike. And so that kind of like little air gap there can act as support. Why do we always break out as soon as glip 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 clops away? Glip glip clip clops away. We didn't break out. What are you talking about? Buy weakness in NVIDIA, says Morgan Stanley. That's code for we're going to try to pump this back up and float our bags. I'm up $100. Yippee. Microsoft lost gamma neutral. That's bad. Sold both sides of my strangle for a profit for the first time. I finally started doing them. I know, a year later. Last week. Thanks, Kirk. Fuck the pores. Cuckoo. Nice, Costello. I'm glad that you've finally 1 year later, after IV starts spiking, decided to play overnight straddles. Gilligan's Island, really? Someone is buying a bunch of the 10-year. Yeah, that's accurate. And the 2 and the 5. Hmm. Ooh. It's got a new low. Push it. Yeah, it does still look weak. You don't like it? No, I don't like Gilligan though. Could you please explain how to do an overnight straddle? Yeah, so before the day ends, you buy a straddle. They're a bit expensive now, but for the last year and a half, they were amazing. Why do I have GoEV calls? I don't. I don't know. When do they expire? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Too complicated. Look at the nice range that we're bound in today. So far, we did just get a new low on ES, which means this might be breaking down now. Haven't had any fakesies yet. How about fake bounce? This is kind of fake support. Clip it. How do I get more liquidity? I thirst for it. Smart water. Exiting straddles can be complicated. No, it can be really simple, or you can overcomplicate it. The hour on SPX looks so bearish. Thanks for the insight. After doing this most of my adult life, I couldn't tell. So I'm glad you were there to let me know. Do I have this right? Bond buying increases price, decreases yields. If buying is being done by another central bank, that would increase the other currency. Well, it would bring the other currency more in line with the dollar, right? Because you're buying future dollars by picking up US debt. Glorp, explain why. Explain what why. Did you know the 75-minute chart looks bearish? I hate you, AJ. Don't be cranky. I'm not cranky. I'm in an excellent mood. I'd be in a better mood if my 40-50 puts would print. But my calls did well. If we slip 4,800, we're going to 4,000 because that was my takeaway from the stream. No, there should be support around 4,500, 4,450. If we lose that, then we're just going to go as low as we can feasibly go. We will sell until there's no more sellers or buyers. I would be in a better mood if RC would finally buy some VIX and cause the short squeeze. If RC knew what volatility was, he wouldn't have diluted the stock. He would have just filed a Form 4 like a Chad. Buying September 4000s. Thanks. Risky still. We're not there yet. I keep getting stopped out for a small profit, and then the market continues to go down. It sounds like your stops may be too tight, but if you're making profits, you know, that's the way it goes. Hey, Gherk, I'm looking for some celebs to boost viewership on my scaping stream. Can you think of any hairy B or C listers that I should ask? Cousin It. You know, JFresh is pretty hairy. And he's married, so escaping games probably taking a backseat to day-to-day activities. My B's and C is hairy. Andy's a cat. Yeah, that too. Imagine being married. God. It's like living with an IRS agent. You never know when they're going to take half your money. Ugh. Frightening. What if you take half their money? That's my goal. I mean, if I ever get married, I need to find someone far wealthier than me. I need to inject myself in the upper crust of Brazilian society. Does Lula have any daughters? What about the CEO of PBR? How many 9-figure worth women do you know who are single? Like 2. One of them's a bitch. Hate her. Don't you have enough money? It's not about the money. I want alimony, Jen. Thank you for offering up your sacrifice to the cult STD slot machine. All these people complaining are just unambitious in their life partners. People seem to completely forget the point of marriage, which was feudalism. Exactly. If I'm not getting land and estates, I don't want to get married. How rich was the cat lady's friend? She was doing okay. I mean, she has like an online lingerie business, so not great, but you know, surviving. Also Irish, just not Brazilian at all, which doesn't help me with my dividends. Would you marry Nancy Pelosi right now if you had the chance? Only if she'd let me monetize her stock picks. I don't even need to marry Nancy Pelosi. I could just cuck Paul. How did you predict 4075 5000 chop? Well, I thought about it and then came to a conclusion based on the data that I had available. He's probably into it. That's what I figured. Isn't Paul like a closeted dude? I mean, they have like 7 children. So maybe. Are any of them his? I don't know. I assume they are. I'm 1/13 of the way to being able to trade on margin. At this rate, I'll be trading spreads in 2090. You know you only need $2,000 to trade on margin, Dork, right? Sounds like you nailed it. That's another hammer joke. I see that. I was gonna say he's been hammering away at that shit, but then I realized that was crass. I don't want no PDT scrub. A PDT scrub is a port that won't get no love from me. You only need $2,000 on margin, and then you need to get the account back up to $2,000. Well put. I like that we've finally filled the gap. I'd like it more if we don't find support here, though. What's up, Bumblebee Tuna? I'm up $1,500. Is that too much? That means the Bears are winning because you're one of them. Oh, gap up. Motherfucker. Look at that bullshit. Only made 60 cents on that put. Wow, did I actually get filled at my stop? Hold on, there's no fucking way. No. I filled at 10:30. Made 40 cents on that. That's actually garbage. Ooh, but that one filled higher than my stop. That's kind of cool. When can I play the upside? Never. Did you see my picture of the orange and chocolate frosties in Discord last night? Thoughts? It looked like poor people food. Unlike the Junko Furuta joke. I mean, that was just... It was a good joke, right? I mean, sad, contextually, but well thought out. Can you tell us what happened with Tesla today? CC pulled back, then sold again. I just want to better understand. I don't know. I didn't really look at it. Didn't I tell you guys yesterday that it could go down to like the 130s? Their delivery numbers missed. Are you talking about this? Like the rip it open? That might have been CC's pulling back. Yeah, maybe like at the 40 strike, and they just fucking sold off again. 40, 45. Let me look at something. Yeah, it kind of looks like Vol spiked on it and then dropped back off again. So that kind of makes sense. What have you done? Introducing me to futures. Now I'll never sleep. Haha. You're welcome. It did remind me of poor people food, but I grew up poor, so it kind of reminds me of my childhood. I mean, you can't just have chocolate oranges any time of the year. They're a special treat. Trump fan club. Ha ha, still I'm bear. Shorting till 26 April as big results, and then you just list a bunch of earnings. That's got to be a bot, right? Nobody in real life talks like that. I think I break SCX contracts on Vanguard. They keep saying that the contracts don't exist. Nice. The AMC guy earlier was a bot, 100%. Did we say poor people food? I'm kind of a connoisseur. Yeah, he mixed the chocolate and orange dreamsicle frosties from Wendy's to create a chocolate dreamsicle, like chocolate orange dreamsicle. Although I wouldn't call a Wendy's chocolate frosty chocolate flavored. I feel like, you know what you needed? You needed some like extra Hershey syrup. Because Wendy's Frosties look like you made a chocolate milk, but your container of Hershey syrup didn't have any left. And you're like squeezing it out, but it's just like farting chocolate into your glass. And you're like, well, my milk's a little browner now. And then you drink it. You threatened to ban me if I posted about my baked brie? Why is brie in quotes? That's what I want to know. And you allowed that blasphemy? To be fair, he didn't post it in the cooking channel. As I said, brown flavored. I'm not sure Frosties have milk. They seem like ice water. I think they're just like milk slushy. They definitely have dairy. I know because one of my friends is lactose intolerant and he drank one and then he pooped his pants outside a porta potty, which is hysterical. You hear the bacteria that makes brie may go extinct? And if that happens, no more brie. Oh no. Are your friends also day traders? No. Why would I hang out with day traders? We're the worst. No, he was locked out of the porta potty because people were fucking in it. One of my best friends in second grade pooped his pants after drinking too much apple juice, and I've yet to let him live it down. That was like 25 years ago. I mean, I want to ask why him pooping his pants 25 years ago was the funniest thing that's ever happened in your life. But at the same time, I appreciate your commitment to the bit. ICP concert? No, EDC in Vegas. So now that the Bulls failed to even test 5,000, are we going to chop down here? Yeah, it's very possible. We'll see. If we get back above 75, we could get like a breakout. That's why I drew that line there. Electric Daisy Carnival. Yep. I performed for ICP one time. I've been cool ever since. Hmm. Is GoEV dead? That's kind of flat today. Ooh, it dropped. Interesting. No, not necessarily. I don't like losing the 75 level though. Let's see if it reverses. Oh, you know what I want? I want to kind of... Hmm. Holy shit, those are expensive. Hmm. I'm gonna get a fill, am I? Yeah, we'll see. So this bounce has two confirms. 85. Like that 85, 87 range. If it breaks above 87, it could test 5,000. Futures is breaking back into the trend. Upside test here would be like 50, 30. Hmm. Yeah, bulls are pushing pretty hard on this bounce. Well, 85 is the test, and then if it breaks above 85, that would be confirmation of the upside move. So it could fail, right? Still. But if it breaks 85, it probably won't. It'll probably move up to at least the intraday high, I think. Yeah, it looks like it's got some range on it. Still chopping between 75 and 5,000, right? But I would say this retest of the trend on futures is probably pretty important on that side of things. Although I don't see why 80 would be a significant resistance. There's not a lot of puts there. There's still some drag from the 75 strike. think we're done with downside for today. No? I just think we got to bounce here. Like, that consolidation was going to eventually break up, right? That's why I said this, like, well, earlier I said this looks bullish in the long run. Like, we were getting new lows, but they weren't very significant. Yeah, downside gap's filled. There's a new downside gap that we created on the bounce. But if the current amount of buying sustains, I don't see why this can't move higher. We might fill that one later or something. Could you cover key levels today? Yeah, 5,049.75, and then the flip point between those two is at between like 85 and 87.50. So I went long here on the breakout of the trend, which is a little risky, right? Because it can just immediately fail, right? It can fail to gain momentum, and if it does, it could go right back down again. But if it doesn't, I got a really good entry on a continuation of the breakout. So there's some risk taken there, but I mean, really, the test would be here at 85. Look at this. ATP won't return any option chain for GME. Huh. Weird. My $40 Robinhood port is now at 13 after a GoEV call. I need an insanely risky play. Still holding 75. Today's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tomorrow's T6. Ooh, there's some covering. There's actually some covering on GoEV. A little bit. Not enough. That would be interesting. What the fuck is that? Oh. With 3K left in BP, 100 GoEV calls, or 10K BNAD. Gross. No problem, Nance. I still see a $2 gap from this morning. 49.67.23, 49.69.40. On SPX, there's no gap. You probably just don't have all the exchange data from Friday's closing candle. The video looks to be saying that SPX will not break up because it was just rejected at 779. But now it's at 782, 83. And it broke VWAP to the upside. This is super bullish. So they got rid of their new marketing team, cut prices, while simultaneously asking for approval of a huge pay package for Elon, right? Yeah, yeah. Tesla's not a very good company. Alright, I'm gonna move my stop up here a bit. What's the contract at? 1280. Let's go like 1150. No, 1120. Yeah. So if this breaks to the upside, pick up more bullish momentum. We got a reversal on ES, right? On the 5-minute. What you want to watch out for here with your stops is a pullback before bouncing. But it doesn't look like we're going to get that, right? This is just pushing even higher. I think there's enough momentum that we could consider this the required pullback. Like this little period of consolidation right here. I don't know if you guys can see that very well, but it's like this. Um, 'Cause I got stopped out. Ooh, GoAV got a little bounce. Oh. One, two, three, four. 4 for 4. That's not bad. Is there a way to tell if the MM's gonna hunt those stops? Probably. Retest at 77. Higher is more bullish. So if it holds 80, but we got a gap here. Might be picking up some downside momentum. So this can probably do one of two things, right? Retest like the low range here before bouncing. Or, and this might actually be more bearish, if it bounces and rejects at the gap, it may fail. So, careful with right here. This is why the entry at 85 is arguably a little bit better. But, I mean, I still made some money on playing the breakout. Give me 1 second. I think someone's at my door. You can't even see SPX? What? It's right here. What the fuck are you talking about? The video looks like it rejected off of 785. Okay. That seems pretty obvious. Yeah, it did. Back below VWAP too. Again, be careful of this turning into a head and shoulders. Going long here is really dangerous. It's probably much better to confirm a breakout above 85 than to try to play the breakout above 85. Because don't forget, if it moves up to test 85, vol's going to crush and the premium on your contract's going to get like ruined anyway. So there's really not a lot of money to be made in this range, which allows you to take the safer approach by just waiting until it actually breaks out. Oh, so breaking up there is probably a better sign. Momentum's still kind of weak. Hmm. No trades. You done with Siri? I mean, I haven't looked at it in a while. Why is WeBull so glitchy? They gave me a PDT violation even though my account is 25k plus and said unlimited trades. Did it fall below 25k when the trade was completed? As long as you're back above 25K by the end of the day, there's no PDT violation. It would just get cleared out. Hmm. Interesting. PDT's calculated at open. You see Fubo sub $1 again in the near future. Fubo's getting pretty fucking illiquid. I'd be surprised if they could push it under $1 at this point. Maybe, but I feel like it's gonna find support somewhere around like 125. $190 is the next test here. Yeah, Delta's still picking up. If we get up above, let's see. Like actually, you know what? If we break 90, we can break out to the upside. No problem, man. We cut gold down at the knees. Some strength in China last night, largely. Although today that's been kind of turning around. The dollar's been pushing up again. But the yuan's back at like 725, which is a little bit better. This is where gold found support last time too, at the 39 or 2350 level. test it like futures 50-44. Maybe further back, right? That'd be that trend. Yeah, the upside test here is like 46, 40, 42, 42 to 46. Although this consolidation is not particularly bullish, the reversal is. Huh. Check the what do you got, Dork? Is that synth at 150? Yeah, I don't hate it. No? What is it? Yes? Oh, I see what you're doing. Interesting. Why? Why not just get double the leverage at 150? You want to be able to exercise the call to cover the put? Yeah. Fair enough, I suppose. Hmm. Well, no, because you're getting it minus the premium, right? Yeah, I'd rather have 2-to-1 exposure and get the shares for $1. Yeah. If it came down to it, get the shares at $1, right? I mean, here, take this into consideration. Netflix went below delta neutral today. Yeah, I think so. Actually, I think it kind of just bounced off of it. Hold on, let me look. I think it might have just bounced on it. Yeah, DN today was at 50, 40, 67. So just a little above it. Came within like $1 of DN and bounced. This looks pretty strong still. Bulls running out of juice? No. This is a better range for the Bulls. They have out of the money calls. Like 95, 90, 95, 5,000, 505. They could also pressure out the short calls that closed earlier. I mean, I think some of this upside is just those calls buying to close anyway. But those were sold at like 90, 95, and 5,000 largely. Sure put full to the ask. Fucking DJ market maker. That's because of the skew. It's fucking nothing to do with the market maker being a DJ. $150 synth longs still be good on Fubo. And I mean, every time I've played synth longs on Fubo lows, I've done really well. I taught Nuke how to not hedge his theta with even shittier theta. I'm feeling pretty proud of the guy. Excellent. We're getting over 5,000 into close. That's a whole nother story. Testing 5,000 and breaking 5,000 are very different. Surefall won't de-risk. Does that mean they still think the carry trade has more juice? I mean, they're still juicing the carry trade, if that's what you're asking. The only reason that they would be confident in doing this is because they think that the Bank of Japan isn't going to decide against them this week, right? This is a big fucking bet that the Bank of Japan doesn't raise rates. Because if the Bank of Japan does raise rates to a positive rate, right, you can no longer pin the YCC at 0 via the bond market. That's going to be like a Fed cut with leverage. Let's assume that our the leverage we're calculating on that synthetic swap is accurate, right? And it's 850% levered. That would be like a 8x, 8.5x multiplier on a 25 BPS increase. So it'd be like Bank of Japan raising rates 25 BPS would be what, like the equivalent of the. Hold on, think about the math on this, Derek. It could be the equivalent of like a 2.5% rate cut by the Fed. $2.125. Okay. Ah, that's actually really frightening. I didn't think about that before. Huh. I'm starting to think Japan will never do anything. Well, I mean, they tend to err on the side of caution. They're usually, as far as central banks go, extremely conservative. That could be the cut that precedes a crash, and it wouldn't even be the Fed doing it. I don't know. We're way too closely aligned with the EU and Japan, I think, for anybody to make any shocking moves outside of our monetary policy. I don't see the Bank of Japan moving unless the Fed does. But they could surprise us. I mean, it's possible. No, No, that wouldn't be bullish at all. That'd probably well, it could uninvert the yield curve. That would probably more likely to crash the market than it would be to because okay, so if that happened, right? And we talked about this on Saturday. The inversion in the yield curve would fall negative, right? The forward yield on vol would spike, and then cash denominated collateral holdings would be net negative. And not only net negative, but net negative on a rapidly falling dollar, which means that, you know, every tick they would be becoming even more negative. Economic Pearl Harbor. Yeah, I mean, statistically, I think it would kill more people than the actual Pearl Harbor did. I don't think Japan will raise. I think that the speculators are correct that they're leveraging up with no risk. They're there's they're based on the same product, right? Like, but SPY is an ETF that's um hedged, like the NAV on SPY is hedged with the underlying, whereas SPX is a contract on a calculation that's hedged with futures. So there's some disparity between the two, and that becomes more pronounced the closer we get to like ETF rebalance or the futures rolls, which both happen quarterly through quad witching. Um, and so you generally get more arbitrage out into the back half of each quarter. And then at the front half of the quarter, they're more tightly correlated. But they're never going to be very far off. I mean, it's a little harder because you generally need like a little, well, you need more leverage on SPY to match equivalent returns, but you also usually need a little bit more time because it can stall out as arbitrage resolves, and that's something that gets worse as arbitrage increases in the back half of the quarter, right? So like the quick scalps of like $200 $300 that are possible on SPX, like sometimes with a SPY contract, even with 10x SPY contracts, you might not hit equivalent returns. Yeah, and there's no internal arbitrage on the SPX because it's just a calculation based off the total value of the S&P, right? Whereas on SPY, you have an asset basket that's constantly fluctuating in price, and that's how the price is determined. So it's a lot less efficient in its pricing than SPX is. Japan is in the short vol, but they're feeding the margin requirements for short vol. Well, at least currently. What if they don't have a choice but to they don't have a choice but to lever it up to get liquidity? Most likely. But I mean that just means that their potential for failure is that much higher, and the risk is that much more compounded, right? How do you feel about tech earnings this week? We together on At the Money Google puts for 517 to get rich. I'm not playing tech earnings. Especially not Google. QQQ puts, same as VIX shares. You can't get VIX shares. That's not real. What's the benefit to Japan to maintain the status quo? Well, they keep all of that extra liquidity locked up in their financial system, right? They're netting yields on that. That's good for their banks and good for their private equity, and good for their clearinghouses, right? That's why Buffett went long he went long all Japanese clearing basically, because that's where the velocity in the M2 money supply is coming from, is from taking like US denominated debt, moving it to Japan, leveraging it up, and then lending it back in the US, right? And all those extra steps are adding to the number of transactions, which increases velocity in the money supply. And if that ends, velocity in the money supply will crash or mean revert very quickly, right? Which is extraordinarily bearish. So, I mean, they want to keep that going. Even if the carry trade fails, though, they're the beneficiary. So they don't care about extending it as long as possible because they get a margin call everybody if that fails. But it will create, a lot of fallout. And they don't want to be responsible for the fallout, right? You'd much rather make, 4% a year forever than to make, 4% a year and then make, negative 50% for 2 years. What do you think is more likely? NVIDIA flies through 800 or retests 750? Listen, if it doesn't break gamma neutral, it's just going to keep chopping in its current range. Like, I was bullish on it today, found support kind of where I wanted it to. Around that like 65 to 75 range. But it's still very far below GN. So I mean, until it can break back to the upside of that, it's not in a good spot. At least not a very bullish spot. And gamma's pretty flat through this entire range. The big risk here is probably that call sellers are going to target the 800 strike, 800, 775, and if those positions compound enough, then it's possible that NVIDIA will have like another big leg down on a failure to break to the upside of that, or NVIDIA could get enough traction, break to the upside of the sold calls, squeeze them out, and go back to 900. Gamma neutral's now at 820, and so it dropped $19, which is pretty fucking bullish. There's the 5,000 test. QQQ, I feel like, is still lagging a bit behind. But this should still have room to break and test that upside trend. Like I said earlier, it's like for 446 to 5046 to 5042. This test is important though. 5,000, 5,001. don't think that this is like a mean reversion or anything. This is like the minimum amount of stability that bulls can get in the current, based on the current positioning. So I mean, breaking 5,000 is not like we're going to 51.25 bullish. It's like we might test 50.25. Do you usually pick up SPX positions early and then QQQ positions later in the day for a particular reason? Settled cash? It's not just settled cash. QQQ options get pretty cheap into the back half of the day, and there's way more volatility on the NASDAQ 100 than there is on the SPX. So as far as range goes, in the back half of the day after a lot of gamma has started to pick up, QQQ has a lot more potential range than SPX does. Most of the range on SPX is stronger in the early part of the day and then at the very end of the day. How Nemethy are 0 DTE 510Cs? Extremely risky on this test. They might be okay on a break of 501. But this test could absolutely fail. As it has on both prior tests. All three prior tests. Yeah, well, let's say both. How about 5000P, 0 DTE, tight stop, trying to play the rejection with the in the money put? It's probably overpriced. 1120. You could, but I would try to buy it at the money. Or in the money. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's an option. Wonder if that's any more dangerous because of the drop in IV. Could be a bit. Vega's high on that contract because it's at the money. Well, in the money. I don't think it's terrible. Modify. Hold on. When you think of top rap artists of the 2000s, does Will Smith's Wild Wild West live on that Mount Rushmore? No. It would be kind of poetic if we reject here. I mean, I think just expected. Hmm. The question is the rejection going to lead to a continuation, which confirms at 90 and 85? I think the breakdown here is probably strong enough. Like they didn't lever out any of the sold calls, not really. Maybe they pulled back some of the like 90 95 ones, but nothing at like 5,000, 505, 510. Those look like they increased, so call sellers came in at the top. Delta's starting to fall off. But things don't get bearish till we fall below 989, 988. And then if we slip below that, we can retest 70. Fucking spreads on GoEV are so weird. How's GoEV set up for OPEX? It's a good question. MM's pricing in about 23% range from spot, which for this week, which is like 220 to 360. I think if it breaks out above $3 again, which seems to be where the majority of puts are, it could probably gain 350 in short order. Seems like most of the sold calls have fallen off. And that should move volatility up. Liquidity is really tight. Secondary market liquidity is pretty fucking low. Not as low as it could be, but it's pretty low. And then liquidity in the underlying is kind of maxed out here, especially post reverse split. There's a lot less shares than there were. Consolidation staying fairly bullish, although it could be failing at 70. We're almost T6 out from the initial run. That was last Tuesday. So we're 1, 2, 3. So we have three more days of settlement. And then T2 from OPEX is tomorrow. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. It's tempting. It's holding up really well given the amount of shorting that's gone on. It's mostly stayed in this upside range. One stump gap, 49.93. Yep. I mean, this is kind of a similar failure to what I was looking at here, just repeated, right? So we're looking at this inverse head and shoulder or rising head and shoulders to fail. A 90 would be the confirmation for that. AMC's the best performing stock on this pullback. Yeah. Start's still getting shorted into the dirt. I wonder if they're gonna get that back under 2050. I think if they do, I'm gonna go long. Earnings is coming up? Oh, that's kind of risky. Ooh, if earnings misses and it drops, I might go long after earnings. That's very tempting. Earnings is tomorrow? Night? No, next Tuesday. Sorry. Is it next Tuesday? Why does that look so close? Tuesday. What the fuck is the date? May 7th. Oh, that's like 2 weeks out. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Fixie's cheap. It's quite tempting. Maybe I'll pick up some more yen futures. Head and Shoulders is breaking down. Turbo is around 80. You know, if GDP beats and PCE comes in hot, it's going to be real fucking hard to keep the 10-year off of 5%. I wonder if I should short TLT more this week. Yeah, VIX tiny pop. They've got vol mostly still. That's the other problem with this like 975 5,000 range is that it's going to crush realized vol throughout the day, which increases the chances of large directional positioning building up into the middle of the week, right? Chop the rest of the day. I mean, it's already been chop all day so far, right? We're just going between 75 and 5,000. This is probably going to break down towards the 75 level again, at least 80, but probably 75 just because the puts there. GoEV new daily low, yeah. Although vol's spiking on the drop, which is cool. So maybe some put sellers. How about the New York Rangers? Those hockey? Yeah. How about them? Can you do a quick SPY analysis? Well, I already do SPX analysis, so why would I do both? It's just a price conversion for the most part. But you like want your own personal analysis of the SP? I do it every night. If you want me to do SPX analysis for you, join the, like, go back and watch the weekend stream from yesterday, or sign up for a membership. Yeah, or just rewind the stream. I'm literally doing it like all day. I don't know what you want. Just take your SPX analysis, post 10% of it, and call it your SPY analysis. It's going down. I mean, yes, but probably not very far. There's support at 75. Which means SPY should be range bound between, like, what, 95 and 98? Something like that. I'm not going to do the math. Are you unshadow banned? I don't know. Maybe? I'm convinced if a non-sub asked us to give a summary of last night's pickles picks, he would. Yeah, sure. It's last night. So generally speaking, a retest of the trend to the upside would be expected sometime this week around 50.20 before confirming more downside. However, with large interest at 49.75, defensive upside positioning, a net selling dealer, and DN at 5,000, it may be a tough road to clear the upside of the still enormous 5,000 position. This could leave us range bound between 49.75 and 5,000 tomorrow. I think opening price will play a large role in direction for the day. If we open above 5,000 bullish, below 49.75 bearish, opening in the middle could encourage a drop in realized vol and stagnant price action. There's enough important data this week combined with earnings calls that it's possible the participants will want to stay in a tighter range till more impactful data hits in the back half of the week. While I remain bearish, I'm actively hedging the potential for a reversal, especially the potential of GDP data to be stronger than expected. Remember, inflation is only bad when it reduces margins, not when it weighs on the middle and lower class. The is still pricing in about 100 bips a day, so at the money options will continue to be extremely expensive. But I think levels are well defined enough here that there's good opportunity on playing bullish breakouts and bearish breakdowns of key levels. You're welcome. Your comment about being stuck between 75 and 5,000 last night is what made me all of my profit this morning. So thank you. Also, 30-month thingy. Thank you so much, Simo. I'm glad to hear that, man. Andrew Mo Money much. It's my DD. I wrote it. Channel sub count still above 19k. You aren't shilling hard enough to shed subs. It's just that the trickle of incoming subs is equivalent to the trickle of outgoing subs. I just haven't picked up enough bots to really gain any momentum. Rip middle and lower class. Yeah, they get fucked the hardest. But that makes them more fun, you know? It'll be hard to hold into open, especially if the drop in IV incentivizes put buying. A loss of the 5,000 strikes sets us back on a ramp to 49.75. Yeah, but there's not enough puts below 50, below 49.50. So the transition 49.50 down to 4,900 is still extremely weak. And yes, realized vol crushing out does help improve that slightly, because more people will be incentivized to buy those puts as they get cheaper. But IV's crushing kind of to the upside of that range, so they may not buy as many as they would if we were trading, like, say, sub 49.75. Tell Fubo to stop going down. Why? What if I can get $1 synthetic longs? It's probably gonna find support here. I mean, there's like no liquidity left. Is it really going down that much? I mean, it's... eh. When will returns be deposited to my bank account for my month of sub fees that were promised? I love the content. Keep it up. I have no idea what you're talking about. But thanks. For $25 a month, you can get that analysis 5 times a week. Yeah, it's true. Another 5K test incoming? No, it still looks weak. Bulls are fighting a spike in vol more than they're fighting the price. You guys and your fancy price targets. Fucking fuddy shill shit, if you ask me. Yeah. How are they able to stabilize price below the massive 5,000 position? Because it's longer dated. And on upside moves, the gap, like the delta on it's gonna increase, right? It's a synthetic long, so they're short the 5,000 call, but they're long the 5,000 call, but they're short the put. So it acts as a draw the closer we get to 5,000, which helps stabilize price action around 5,000. We have a similar situation down at 49.75, except on the put side, right? Because the JPM puts are there. They're not nearly as big as the 5,000 position, but they're big enough that on the downside moves they pick up delta, which pulls price towards them, right? So, you know, we're very much stuck between two large delta positions, and you know, upside moves accelerate into the delta, but then once the delta on that's like at 0.5 ish, it really stops pulling on price, right? And then on the downside, delta increases on the 75. And so that kind of pulls price towards that, but it doesn't push price down, right? Neither of these are good at like because they don't have a lot of gamma. They're very long dated. They're not very good at like slingshotting price up or down. They're just like like gravity, like a lot of gravity. They also make it hard to build significant amounts of gamma in this range, which is interesting too. They kind of have they kind of crush a lot of the short-term gamma down because they have so much delta. He's back with the singularity meatballs. I mean, what advice do you have for people who buy a put and then the MM immediately turns the market around to fuck them? Get a better entry? Or get better at entries? What you want to do is you want to buy the put after everyone who bought the put gets fucked, right? Stop blaming the MM for why your position lost. I mean, I don't think he's entirely wrong, but I mean that's really all you can do is just try to assume that there'll be a soft bounce on the support and then enter off of the bounce instead of entering on the initial trigger. Sometimes that just turns into you chasing a put contract, but more often than not, especially when everything's got such low volume, you're gonna get a better entry by being patient. What the hell is going on with Fubo? I don't know. It's like $1.23. It's super illiquid. What's bump and run? It's only on longer time frames. It's better on longer time frames. Like there's a bump and run here, but it's not reversing. Well, not strongly yet. Like you can have them on shorter time frames. They're just way less reliable, and they tend to be a bit more bearish, right? But it's basically a sharp improvement in price, right? That fails. So you get a surge of euphoria, and the buyers kind of exhaust themselves, which leads to a sell-off and profit taking. But then buyers come back in. It's a little better to do it like this. Buyers come back in at that base level and provide support again, which then leads to a more stable upside move. Okay, win 49.80 on a breakdown of 49.89. Which I don't think we quite crossed here. Maybe a little bit. Barely. If this fails. So it's a small euphoric up and then a continuation of the trend. Yeah. What's for lunch? I don't know. QQQ is driving a lot of this. Wait, that's not. Oh, that's the weekly. Hmm. Really over leveraging the short vol here. $25.30 is kind of the max for the upside. BLT with homemade potato salad. Ooh, I love BLTs. You think they push for 25-30? That's kind of the top, I think, of the upside range for today, but that would require a breakout at 5,000, which still looks really unlikely. They're shorting the fucking shit out of vol, but this test is still weak. Give me a sec. Um, well, let's see. Someone in Fubo chat said there's an old gap to fill at 118. I don't think that matters. Ooh, this broke up. That's interesting. All right. I could be a little bit bullish. Or just another retest. Big vol short on that push. Hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to break that. What was I doing? Oh, I just set a timer. I guess the question is to keep pushing vol down all day. Well, as long as we don't fall below the sold puts that are building at 75, vol should stay pretty flat, right? Today's the fourth consecutive day I finished green, cut losers, even added some winners. I can't thank you enough for this resource. Big ups to you. Thanks, man. Congratulations. Well done. Keep it up. The Fubu gap is from a morning earnings beat. Okay. Again, still not important. The market maker has already taken the loss at this point. Psychologically, maybe, but that's it. Another rejection here. We'll see. It's like I said, the the huge piles of delta at these two strikes don't really help slingshot the price to the upside. You need shorter dated call buying, like a big push in at the money gamma in order to break free of these levels. Also below 5,001.73, the MM's still selling everything, right? So that's kind of hard to push through too. Because if you stop buying even for a second, the MM just starts selling everything off. Go EV tickling VWAP. Cool. And market maker speak, that's warehoused the risk. Yeah. Why is Todd the way he is? I don't know. But I mean, it makes sense to bounce here before all the big data, right? Do you like Fubo or GoEV more over the next month? Kind of drastically different plays, right? Fubo is just like over shorted and heading into what could potentially be a fifth consecutive positive earnings. And GoEV is like a reverse split that ended up on Reg Show. So they're not really similar. I guess they're both
kind of illiquid. Full port puts, 1% hedge. That seems like a terrible idea. I think hot consumer durables tomorrow could drive up inflation expectations. And maybe, I don't think it'll spike vol very much, but it might pull price down a little bit. But then I expect GDP to be hot, and I expect the market reaction to that to be bullish. Um, yeah. Hear me out. Someone comes in, slams the SPX to 5010. We ride into the sunset with the MM at our back. No, the MM's still massively negative delta and gamma, even at 5,000 or 5010. Might squeeze off some of the short calls up here, but that still only puts us at like 5025. We hit 5350 today. That's ridiculous. Doesn't hot GDP mean economy hot, no rate cuts? Yeah, but that's the next day that people get to think about that. Fine, 5450. We got a long way just back to delta neutral on the weekly. I would say that this week 5136 ish, 32, right around there is possible for like a really strong upside move, but I don't think it'll break back above DN before we start to get clobbered with shitty data again. Chat's too bullish. I'm buying a put. Yeah, chat's a little bullish, but they're mostly bullish because vol's dropping, right? Bulls are trying to squeeze out the put positioning by shorting the fuck out of vol, which isn't really working. Well, it's not going to work at these levels. It's not a great strategy. But it could force capitulation on the short puts between 5,000 and 5010, which opens up a little bit of upside range. Yeah, there's still a big risk of short vol de-risking here at any resistance, at least until we get back above delta neutral on both chains. Can this fail soon? Sure. Yeah. But a lot of confirmation needed for more downside. We'd probably have to confirm at the 80, 90, 90, 80. Maybe 80 is not that important. 90 and 85. Bullish momentum's still fine here, but it is starting to wane a bit. On longer time frames, everything's still very bearish. We haven't made any kind of significant reversal until we clear like 50-56. There are more calls coming in on the chain. Yes. There's a lot of calls being sold. It looks like net selling. And that's kind of the problem. If we get up here, as much as it encourages some short call sellers to close, it also encourages other short call sellers to sell even more. 50-56, it seems like miles away. That's the first point I would consider the bullish position to have any kind of stability. No, it doesn't really take 49.75 off the table. But we need we need to fall back below 5,000. So it does add another layer of support between us and 49.75. Largely here above 5,000, it'll just kind of be a battle between call sellers and call buyers, and whoever comes in stronger will win out in the end. Make VIX greater again. $50.25 is the next one I think's moderately important. But 50.56 is the next major level. Did you rebuy your calling of your straddle at the bottom? I don't need to. I have giant fucking debit spreads for the upside move. Did you buy the GoEV dip? Sorta, yeah. Hello, Jim Martain's wife. This is boring. GoEV, gross. We got that 50-42 test on futures, although still a bit short of the trend. I don't think a failure here would be particularly bullish. Don't need this one anymore. There's still a gap down here. That's a big fucking gap on ES. Jesus. I didn't even notice that earlier. Why is TUP doing VUP? I have no idea. Is it? Oh shit. It's up 16%. I have no idea. It looks like there's some covering going on, but there's no news or anything. It's not that illiquid. Is this starting to get bullish? Yeah. We're getting slightly closer to the next resistance. Forward returns on call positions are still quite negative. Yeah, I mean this can still just fail really hard, right? Like it's not a reversal yet. If you got to the longer time frames, we're very far from any kind of meaningful reversal. This is just like a retest still. A reversal would be at like 50.56 to 50.75. And we're really far away from that still. Is durable goods on Wednesday? Oh, PMIs are tomorrow, right? Yeah, we have PMI tomorrow. Same effect. Wind disparity between two 10-year negative. If the Fed cuts rates or Japan does. I don't think GDP and stuff would move the needle enough. For the amount of vol crush today, I'd expect us to be up 2%. It's like digging yourself out of quicksand. So the further we stay away from 49.75, the less reason for VIX to move up intraday. Yeah, I mean, VIX could move up on a fall back to 75 because now they're compounding more short puts under 5,000, right, in order to try to continue to drive this up. So any pullback could result in an increase in volatility, but for volatility to really spike back up to like that 18 level, we'd want to move back towards like 49.50. Under 49, definitely under 49.75. Ideally under 49.50. Decent long put entry with VIX crush here. No, because I think we can go up a lot more with GDP. Checking in from Thailand. I don't have much time for stocks between margaritas and clubbing. Nice. Enjoy your vacation. You're not missing anything. This looks like we're in for a pretty boring week. Can you close one of your legs so you can go back down for the pores? Thank you. If we break 50.25, I'm going to close my short calls at 5,100. I might close my 5,200 short calls also. Yeah, I'm going to close both. Hey Gurk, checking in for my desk. I don't have much time for options in between the margaritas and the existential crises. Oh, yeah, that could be confusing. Here, I'll switch it back. It's been stuck in meetings this morning. I'm glad the market solved 2 wars and inflation. It hasn't done anything. This isn't even like a meaningful move. We're fucking up $10 from open. You guys are way too used to VIX being at 12. You should just synth short SPX back under 5,000. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Don't tell Gork to close his legs. He physically can't because of his big calves. Also, he has 4 legs. I really appreciate this stream. I would not know what is going on in this market without you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim Martin's wife. Why close sold calls once we're higher? Wait, did you say 5,100 and 5,200 short calls? Yeah, I'm synth short at 52 and 5,100. How much data on the call side to hedge June puts? 30 DTE, maybe 21. I would probably hedge out through FOMC. Most of my call hedge is like May 17, so yeah, about 30 DTE, a little less. But those aren't just calls; those are debit spreads. So keep that in mind. Could UPS give a big oopsie poopsie to the market with earnings? No. I mean, it's relevant for that sector, but God, you guys got to stay off Wall Street bets. Are they trying to say bad UPS earnings is a sign of a recession? It wouldn't be because they decided to overpay their staff, then fire them all, and then pay them compensation for firing them, right? I just wanted to say oopsie poopsie. Okay. Would lingerie for crows be a valuable business? I mean, you're going to have to make it sparkly or they won't put it on. Didn't UPS have terrible earnings last time? I don't know. Go look. Vic shorting going to get a bunch of 0 DT puts to capitulate and get us to 50.25. Or Vic shorting gets a bunch more people to buy 5,000 puts and we fall back to like 49.80. No, the next resistance to the upside today is 50.10 and then 50.25. Dude, that was way too swift with the crow truth. I mean, have you ever tried to put lingerie on a crow? It's difficult. Split away cheese is just so good. It's full of fat and salt. Was there options flow for a fail back under 5,000? Can someone please keep AJ in the options channel and away from me? Well, it's super easy to put on Centaur lingerie. You just lay it on the floor, step forward, and have your squire attach it to you. It's not nearly as difficult as putting sleeves on wings. I mean, it's absurd. Have you seen the new Fallout TV show? No. I assume it's like a lot like the video game. Endless fetch quests with no actual point. What lingerie are you buying with sleeves? It's cold up here in the Great North. Popcorn. Was Michael Jackson a crow? No, that's racist. That was Brandon Lee. SPX on the 15-minute looks like an inverse head and shoulders. That's correct. In Houston, our lingerie doesn't even have crotches. What absorbs the sweat? Too hot. Ooh. Tantalizing. We broke above trend on ES. That seems like it should be relevant. Or it's just going to be a failure. Is this the end of the bull push? No. Right? Maybe. We'll see. Ooh. Alright, my food's ready. I'll be back. Next upside resistance after 510, which we haven't tested yet, is 50.25. Well, 20. I don't know if this is gonna break down yet. This could be a rejection. Potentially. There's a small chance that it's a rejection. Or we could move up like another 10 or 13 bucks. I'll be right back. Who played the bear song? No one. Or at least, I don't think I did. How are Fubo tips looking? Like that. When Gherk a stock IPO, and yes, I mean Berkshire Hathaway, after all the rich people have bought up the shares and business is on the decline, and we want to sell to the general public at a much higher price. The old Reddit switcheroo. Is this where they de-risk 5,000 and we crash so your Black Monday prediction comes true? That'd be neat. I think the Black Monday prediction needed to happen by futures open. Consolidation before a 50-25, or just a failure. So much for the bearish outlook. Yeah, it's all over. You're right. Are you going to be buying 5,500 calls? Yes. Wait, no. Are you selling bear calls soon? No? Absolutely not. If I'm ruined on a 60 BPS move, was I over leveraged? Yes. How much longer do I hold this 50-50C? How much longer can you hold it? Forever? Where do you buy those options? What do you guys think of this? See all those calls lost in like a sea of puts? That's spot. You have to squint to understand. How far down could this reverse? Can it reverse? I mean, it could pull back to 5,000. Or continue up to like 50-50? 50-75? There's a big put wall at 50-25. So it might be. Those are both put walls. It's 50-50 in play now. Hmm. 40 is. How many people got burned on their puts today? Hopefully none, because I warned them all last night. I made money on a 0 GT put today. Me too. It was awesome. I lost 600,000 Somalian francs. What's the conversion on that? It's like $5. It's not a legal tender. You can buy it in the money while it's ripping and set a tight stop. Or you could wait. Did you close your 5,100, 5,200 sold calls? They should have closed at the break of 25. Yeah, looks like I'm out of them. I wouldn't say it's doing a GME. We've got some put capitulation because of the vol crush and the price action, but is this really going to last? Like, they're kind of out of liquidity here, right? That's what a GME is. A GME is squeezing short calls. Which we did, but we ran out of those too. Okay, some, but not like the majority of them. Is this because all the quants touched tips on the dot plot yesterday? It's because I drew the yellow line. Any idea why Riot is up over 19%? It's either OPEX or runes. You choose. Rune packs. I don't think we've come that far as a cult yet. Tesla dropped sub 120 this week on bad earnings but a rising SPX. Hmm. I feel like that would be pretty difficult. Like the upper 38 range should be fairly supportive on Tesla. Is GoEV gonna do it? Ooh, there's covering. Nice. The little tip turned around. Party time. That's what my wife says. Thanks for sharing that with us, Two Tone. I need to see a retest there, actually. More up, or should we expect a pullback? This could get rejected here. I would imagine bulls don't want any rejections because they have a lot of range. But it's possible. Hmm. Why is the 5,000 put so much fucking money? You know the answer to that. So, we have a new trend. Hey, Dork, where's hmm. Why is Express up 130% off its daily lows? Filed for bankruptcy? It's about the most bullish thing a company can do in this environment. Hold on, let me ask my guy about why 5K puts are so spendy. Hey, Gherk, why are 5,000 Ps so expensive? It's almost like the market makers pricing them like they could go back in the money. Just crazy, right? One day I dream of a pickle jar where everyone's thesis isn't fundamentally changed on a 30 BPS move. You should write sci-fi. Ooh. Dork. That's fucking closer to spot, man. It's the wrong day. God damn it. Oh. Okay. Well, that can't be right. I guess I'll have to wait for that one to tomorrow. Meatball explanation would be helpful here. The meatball was unstuck from the bottom of the pan and caught an air bubble slightly higher. Still deep in the sauce, though. My last two neighbors on either side of me have moved out after a year of moving into the apartment complex. Should I be offended? I mean, it's just because they didn't want to have the awkward conversation with you about your ex every day. You know? My GoEV calls are green again. Mine too. I didn't play any bear songs. Don't blame this on me. Is this bullish consolidation before a 50-50 test? Uh, hmm. Maybe. I doubt it. 40? Could test 40. About a 1 DTE put 3 candles ago. Where should my stop be? Mm, 3 candles ago. Okay. Well, I hate your entry, but probably the prior high? Maybe a little above the prior high to account for the spread. I mean, yeah, tight, obviously, because you're trying to play a reversal. But if this does reverse, volatility is probably going to pick up because there'll be a lot of option selling, both on puts, out of the money puts, and probably the at the money and out of the money call. I hate your entry is the best pickup line ever. I mean, I probably would have just like put a stop buy down here so you could confirm the breakdown instead of having to deal with all the chop up here that you're gonna have to deal with buying there, right? That's gonna be annoying to hold on to. Not to mention, like on the backside of these kind of breakdowns, you usually get like a higher high at some point that then fails out, right? So it's almost like by entering here, you're forcing yourself to have a stop above the resistance, which sucks. Whereas if you enter here, you only need to have a stop here, right? You just play the continuation. No problem, man. I hope that helps next time. I bought a put at 50.15. Where should I set my stop? That's awkward. Hey, Greg, I did something. Sounds awful. Why did you do that? I mean, I'm not going to be nice about it if it's going to lose you money, right? This is tough love finance. All right, get over it. You showed the chart of put calls earlier. When do all those puts get pimentoed? Excuse me? You don't care about our ports or feelings? No. Nice try, Thunder. I pay for the abuse. Thanks, Tyler. NVIDIA 800 rejection or nah? No idea. If it doesn't reject here, it's going to squeeze out all the short calls at 800, though. No problem. Pronouns are bull bear. Lulu up 33.4% today. It's applied to take Tesla's place in the Mag 7. Personally, I think their yoga pants look way better than the Cybertruck. XSP, because I don't trust that I'll pick the right direction. What's happening right now? Consolidation? Yeah, a bit of chop. Delta's kind of leveling out. We're getting some sellers. We're probably near the high. I don't think we could go much higher from here. Which points to there only being like downside, but that might not be true. We could just kind of stagnate. There's support at there's a little bit of support at like 25. We could also just fall right back down the stairs again, but yeah, I think 25's got a decent amount of support. We could probably hold that level into the end of the day. And there's some potential that we could maybe test 40 later, as long as it doesn't get oversold, which it very well could. Ooh, do I have any settled cash left? Short this. Ew. Hmm. Those are cheap. still like a little bit off. Yeah, we can. Hmm. Totally logical markets. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a pump. Where's the next ceiling? 40 is the biggest resistance. I see nothing illogical about what happened today thus far. Me either. It would have been nicer to have the pump right out of the gate. But I still did okay on my strangle. I made $100 on ES minis. I am a god tier trader now. Nice, dude. I purchased GoEV at the top. Alright, fair enough. That's weird. At the right price. Okay. Interesting. QQQ have resistance here, though? Maybe. See, QQQ still has a little bit more range. What's up? SEX getting close to a rug. I don't know. QQ, like, NQ's still got some room to run. I don't really think ES does. I think it's kind of tapped out. But the drag from NQ moving the rest of its range up could pull us a little bit higher still. Maybe a few bucks. Hey guys, I'm buying lots of puts and not hedging. Better come over here and stop me. Okay, Macaulay Culkin. GoEV tips covering can continue into Wednesday. Well, I mean, at least tomorrow, right? But yes, yes. I was surprised if longs are willing to pile on here after the Netflix earnings last week. This seems likely, like, mostly a rescue pump. I mean, it's a bit of profit taking on the short side. Um, I wouldn't say calls are a huge driver of the upside price improvement. I mean, there's calls, but not a fuck ton of them. I framed the Discord message of you calling me king. It's the nicest thing anyone said to me in a long while. Keep it on your desk. I'll be surprised if it's really pile. Hmm. So GoEV still needs to break 350, but if it does, woo boy. Still haven't tested that trend. Call sellers here. Call sellers on NVIDIA. That would be stupid. Nice. Oops. Was GoEV a pickles pick? No, no, it's one I've been playing since last week. Just some reg show bullshit. I'll be surprised if longs are willing to pile on here. The fall is going to be fantastic. It could be. It may not be. I'm more likely to see vol up, or at least range loosen up in the last hour under current conditions. Well, I don't know if we're going to get a lot more upside range in the last hour, but we could see... I don't know if we really see vol move up unless we fall back under 50.25. There's a good chance that we could just get, like, pinned above 50.25 into close. But any additional upside from here is going to be pretty hard to pull off. Like, we can grind up a little bit, but nothing significant. About a 49.50, then 49.70, finally a 49.85. Expecting the drop any second. I lost 2K. I understand nothing. Sheesh. When? Like, above 5,000? Why not just wait until there was a drop? I'm not sure if we've already shown this today, but how are the Fubo tips looking? It looks pretty illiquid, and I did earlier. I wanted to sell a butterfly, but I thought losing this 35-40 range to 25, as you said, could be likely. I mean, that's where support is. It doesn't mean we're going to lose the range. Butterflies are kind of risky on a day like today where you have a strong trend. Especially moving into the end of the day when price can move a lot more. The app for ad blocking is called YouTube Premium, on the way up. I mean, which part of the way up? Like, you make it kind of sound like you bought a 49.50 here, and then a 49.70, and then a 49.85. Or was it like earlier today? Exactly? Why the fuck would you buy a 49.50 when we're trading at 50.20? All right, I'll try to help you out here. You gotta confirm. First of all, don't buy shit that far out of the money on 0DTs unless vol's at like 20. And definitely not on a day where vol's trending down, right? Second of all, wait to confirm a rejection, which none of these did, right? Not a single one of these confirmed a reversal at all. Not even this breakout. You want to confirm a reversal, then go short. And you don't want to be that far out of the money. Like, if you get a continuation, that's awesome, but you should be targeting the next level. At most. If not, just buying the at-the-money put. And even on a confirmation of a reversal, your stop should be right behind your option. Like, right behind your entry. That way, if the breakdown fails, you get stopped out. The first one was funsies because of your Black Monday comment. You mean yesterday? If you bought a 49.50 at market open today, you would have made money on it. Like a decent amount of money. So I'm thinking you didn't buy it there. Or you did make money on it and then you just didn't sell it and then kept buying more puts as the puts you already had were losing money. Don't do any of that shit. Keep it close to the chest. I'm not disappointed, but if he's really doing that, he clearly needs some help. Please remove VIX, SPX, and EOS, and just do 4 GoEV charts. Zero DTE 5000Ps are problematic because they might go up in value, but it's very unlikely that they're going to go in the money. We have a lot of support here at 25. Why laugh? Because it's ridiculous that I would turn all the charts into GoEV because it's up 3 cents. Fine, I'll save my 35 cents. I mean, if you're gonna just like try to scalp the move in gamma, that's fine, right? But you need to be prepared to like don't think that the option's gonna like 20x. Now, if we were to lose 50-25 on the other hand, then things might get spicy. Whoa, bears are back, baby. They never went anywhere. Why the fuck were you long there? Wait, were you actually long there? What's wrong with you? There's no gamma after 50-40. It's just empty. God damn it, NW. It was long for like 2 hours. Alright, well that's good. Okay. Here's the breakdown. Well, it's a start. Can we close below 35, please? Sincerely, my call spread's at 35. You might be okay. Well, ES rejected, so NQ probably did as well. Yeah. Yeah, NQ failed to test resistance, which is kind of interesting. This is old. Kind of like that level better. which it almost tested. Still not quite, though. What was the high on this candle? 17,448. So just shy of 50. Hmm. Yeah, this is a little bearish, but not super bearish. We could test 25 though. That seems reasonable. Is there any support before then? Not really. 25.30. So the reason this is risky, right, or to try to short below this significantly is risky, is because on a test of 25, they may begin selling the 25.20 and buying up the 30.35, which could push a reversal. If we fail 25, however, because they have already sold a lot of 25.20s, then those short puts could get squeezed out, which is what we would need for like a 5,000 test. If we close below 49.65, do clowns get released on the trading floor of the NYSE? Maybe. That'd be cool as shit. When do they de-risk the Vega and this move up? That's... I don't know. They haven't really yet, right? We got a very tiny spike in vol so far. But I think if we push through these short puts down here, we could see vol move up more. In much the same way that we squeezed out the sold calls, right? Did I take my $16 of profit? Ooh. It's a higher high. ABC Gherk always be closing. I closed out some of my my debit spreads. Maybe a little prematurely, but I'll open up other ones at the end of the day. I bought them at like 49.50 though, so it seemed like a good time to take some profits. We're absolutely going to 5,000 because I strangled 5,000 50 40 minutes ago. That's way too wide for VIX 16. I closed both legs out a little bit green instead of holding my put that was already paid for. If Realized Vol knew it was good for them, they'd close the day white. Yeah, actually. Let the meatball hit the floor. Not so easy to drop here. Easier under 25 though. One DTE straddle, 4,800, 5,200. It was so cheap and I wanted to feel things. That's fair. I do that a lot too. Just don't touch 35 again. If we don't bounce here, we probably won't. That's called a gambling addiction. It's only an addiction if you're poor. Otherwise, it's just a habit. Oh boy, do I have a problematic habit. I think everyone here knows. VIX 16 so far, Gherk, so far. Even if we fell to like 49.75 again, it would be hard for us to push back above VIX 18. It's only an addiction if you're losing money. Or can't afford to keep doing it. But if you're a gambling addict, but you always win, sounds like a winner. Is this Gamblers Anonymous? No. Hi, everyone. I'm Popcorn, and I have a gambling habit. I have a knack for having spreads that close too close to the money. Fun anxiety. Wait, can't you... Like, aren't you up now on your bear spreads? Hi, Popcorn. Yeah, I'm watching it. Okay. Ooh. Losing 25 a little bit there. Did you see that? That was pretty sexy. It's been 11 minutes since I last gambled. Win coin. If you fill out the paperwork in the back of the brochure and then send that via care of delivery to the address on the label, you'll receive one in 60 to 90 business weeks. Is buying a Tesla credit spread, selling a 143, buying a 150 a good idea with calls so expensive before earnings? As long as it doesn't end above 143, I make the 275. Yes, you do. But if it goes above 143, you may just get assigned on the shares. Especially if it's somewhere between 143 and 150. No. But yeah, that's how that works. That's called a bear call spread. So you sell the out the money call, buy an out of the money call. And you receive, as long as it doesn't breach the sold call, you receive the entirety of the premium collected. And your max loss is the spread. No, Gherk, stop bouncing it. I'm not. I'm actually, I think this looks a little negative. I mean, they can still get support here, but they failed that bounce right there on the last candle. Could bleed. We're still below DN and GN. I hope JPOW pulls a Jackson Hole next week. You mean and raises rates? PCE would have to be pretty hot. Otherwise, they'll wait till June. I watched the OJ documentary this weekend. I'm not going to lie. I think he was guilty. Have you read his book, If I Did It? Ooh, we lost 25. That's kind of bearish. Next support at 10. I like this. Yeah, 10. Is BNED going back to 18 or to the Earth's core? I don't know. Could go back to 18, I guess. Well played. I can't read. And this breakdown's already a little weaker than it should be, right? We just have a long way. We still have a long way to go before anything's really negative. Yeah. And we really fucking ran out the entirety of the call positioning, so that was impressive. Can't wait for BNet RQ. Good luck, fellas. They're not going out of business. That's why they're 20 cents a share. If they were going out of business, it'd be like $5. What have you never traded the markets before? If I buy back my spread, would I help with the drop? Let me ask you this, Thunder. If an ant crawled into an elephant's asshole, will the elephant know? I'll do it. Is it a European ant? Grim2, do you have an alternate account called Gremlin? Is Apophis going to hit the Earth? Not in our lifetimes. Yep, sneaky reversal. Unladen European ant. Okay, yeah. But I don't know if the origin of the ant matters. I guess if it's a stingy ant, but only if it stings. Do you know how long Leah's lifespan? Oops. Long time watcher listener. Joined a month or so ago. Oh, okay. There's another person named Grim too. He's weird though, and I haven't seen you talk about liquidity, so I assume you're different people. Ooh, wheat's running. That's bullish. I need GoEV to go up 100%. I don't think it's too much to ask. Depends if it's the Kenyan elephant eating ant, to be honest. That's not a thing. I'm kind of interested in Tesla December 25 100Ps. Why? I just don't know if scaling in a bit right before earnings is wise. Probably not. They've dropped so much so recently already. Tesla could bounce from here a little bit before it goes back down again. I know Express filed for bankruptcy. That's why they're up 100%. No, we've regained 28. Lame. Ooh. That could be fun. That still looks really bearish. That looks stable. That looks slightly bullish. Hmm. Yeah. Popcorn. I'm new to credit spreads. I opened that one I asked about earlier on Tesla. If it's above 143 and I get assigned, it simply closes my spread at a small loss, right? No bigger risk. You have pin risk. So if you get exercised before the expiration on the 143, you'll be short shares at that strike, and you'll be long the call at 150. So I mean, generally speaking, no, your loss is limited, but it can have there can be some problematic situations that arise from that, especially around earnings. You also have to make sure that you have enough margin to handle it. Otherwise, you'll have to close everything out before you can use your account again. Wheels and boots. First time watcher. Are you a home wrecker? Sounds very familiar. I don't think so. Well, There was that one time, but did you just show Popcorn another famous diamond top? Well, it's not a top, but yeah. If Gherky and Durkee had babies, they'd be Derpies. I think they'd just be Gorks. Is Italian food a lie? I don't think so. Pepperidge Farm remembers that one time. That was weird. I can only wish that Gherk was my wife's boyfriend. Please wreck my home too. I'll put you on the list. Was my rich gay sweet mate in college a diamond bottom? I don't know. Did you test him out? Sometimes you think they're a diamond bottom, but they're really just a frumpy dumpy. I don't know, but he broke up with his boyfriend? Sounds like he didn't have diamond hands. Can they hold it here and to close? Yeah. Okay, seriously, now that this has come up, I understand that it's not my place to interject or insert new slang into the LGBTQ community, but I would like to propose that as an opposite to power bottoms, there are frumpy pumpies. It's beautiful. Motion denied. Damn it. As the official Pickle Jar LGBTQIA plus representative, I shall submit it to the Council of Elders. Thank you. The BLT community, however, allows it. Who are they? Is that just a community of people that like BLTs? I think a frumpy pumpy is a power bottom with a lot of love handle jiggle when they're doing their thing. Yes, it's not very exclusive. Does one need to sign up? When Latino representation, I'm guess I'm not Latino. Although I could pretend to be. Yeah, sure. Nice hamburger helper. That should go well. I'm part Spanish. My favorite local BLT is from a private athletics social club, so there's a sign up for that tier. Gork, Gork, what? Blork? DM. Oh. I see what you're saying. Spanish does not equal Latino. What if my Italian fascist ancestors fled to Argentina? And I'm part Spanish. Hypothetically. No. Damn it. What if I marry a Brazilian? Buenos dias. Those Italians with German sounding last names? No, all my German relatives came here after World War One. Let me tell you, that was good to know. Marrying a Brazilian does give you a membership card, but it doesn't work in all places. What is Alt Gherk most likely doing now? If you'd chosen differently at a major point in your past, he would have been done trading this morning after his 4 consecutive options wins, and he'd be laying in bed watching Netflix right now. You can marry me. I have the butt of a Brazilian as a white man. Yeah, if I was into that, I would have married Darth. Alt Gherk is same like regular Gherk, but without allergies. Yeah, he also enjoys camping and people telling him about their children. Alt Gherk is a total Chad. Alt Gherk would be standing in an ER regretting why he became a doctor. I would never work in an ER. I mean, outside of residency. Gross. Not even alternate Gherk. I'm sitting in my office at my private practice, contemplating how many hours I can bill for my next operation. Sure. I'll fight Darth. I'm not kicked up. I'm the whole damn bakery for real, on God. Would you call yourself a cake boss? You have to send me a chart, dork, alright? Otherwise, I don't know what you're talking about. Alt Gherk uses Chat GPT for his medical charting. Listen, I didn't say I liked the guy. Alt Gherk is Craig. Craig draws anime. What are your thoughts on citrus pies versus bars versus cakes? You mean a tart? Why would you put pie? A citrus pie? Key lime pie is not a pie. It's a tart. Pies have a lid. And tossing meringue on top doesn't count. Just look at the ticker. I mean, I see that it bounced. Altgurt kindly builds up, supports, and encourages struggling newbie traders. Yeah, and then they never become successful. That's why real Gherk is mean. And because it gives me something to do. TDA is not a support. Limit orders for ES options. TDA does not support limit orders for ES options. Oh, okay. Why? How do you feel about New Jersey cream pies? Assuming you have access to penicillin after. No, Dave. You have to resist the siren call of New Jersey Tinder swipes. They happen because the only geographical barrier is a river, but it's never worth the trip. If I do end up assigned the shares, if Tesla's above 143 tomorrow, do I get the shares? No, you're short 100 shares. So you'd be short 100 shares at 143. So if it moved up to like 149, right, and then just stayed there, you would lose. Was 143, right? You lose $6 a share times $600, but you wouldn't be able to exercise the call because the call's out of the money. I mean, I guess you could, but then you would just lose $1 more. So it's better just to buy them back. It wouldn't necessarily be close. And if it's exercised, you'll be short 100 shares, even if you don't have enough money on the account. I'm not Persian. I'd have more missiles if I was. It's ridiculous. Alkirk lets us give him all our money to trade and charges a 1% commission fee. Ew. Any new thoughts or revelations on BNED? None. How do you feel about the movie 300? Is it triggering? You know they lose, right? Please help. They hired another black man again. He's very confident because he already dropped the N-bomb on me. Oh, you're fucked. Start applying for new jobs now, Rims. You had a chance with the other guy because he was too white. But this is clearly an attack on your position. If you met alt Gherkin in real life, would that trigger a matter-antimatter reaction and cause all of space-time to implode? I don't think we'd have sex with each other. Maybe. I had a really weird interaction where a home inspector we hired looked very, very similar to me. Did you do your best to keep him away from your wife? Do I have permission to shit my pants if Fubo closes at $2 today? You don't need permission, dork. He looked at me if I'd put on 20 pounds, so I was safe. Oh, then you should have spent more time standing next to him. I'd let your wife know this is what I could look like. This is what I do look like, right? Let her do the comparative analysis. Is something fancy supposed to happen to Fubo today? No. Dork just blew some money on some synthetic longs. Dork, you're your own man. That would seem mean. I mean, he's getting paid by the hour. By the time we actually get below 49.50, VIX is going to be at like 12. 15. But yeah. I didn't blow money, Gherk. I made a strategic investment. No, you saw that Fubo was illiquid and that puts were expensive. So you sold one and then used the proceeds to buy calls. Then you looked at the positioning on it and you were like, oh, look at my strategic investment. Is GoEV looking OPEXy yet? I mean, it's going up, which is cool. I really want us to close at 5,000. Except I'm worried that QQQ isn't going to also drop to the same degree. Although VWAP would be neat. Yeah, it's about 5,000. You can do it. That's a Head and Shoulders, right? I mean, it's ugly, but it's a Head and Shoulders. Dealer wants to be at like 505. 5,005. Let's see if futures slips 50-50. I don't like this bounce. Ooh. My Tesla May 200C is down $1. I blame you. Like $1 or $100? Three to one, synth long, 15% out of the money. / strategic investment. Potato. Like $1. Oh, okay. The Emma won't sell me a 5005 510C for 470. You gotta just keep trying. It'll be hard to sell it with prices falling, though, because of the complex order book. It's pronounced potato. I know. Was this just a trap for those who don't sell off their short-term calls so they can just continue the downs from Friday in the pre-market tomorrow AM? No, this is because there's like a billion delta at 5,000. And if they stop buying calls for 10 seconds, the price falls. Now, if we find support at 5,000 here, we're still in like a bullish trajectory into the middle of the week. Sounds exhausting. It is. Yeah, it's quite difficult. I still don't see how they let themselves get into such a precarious position. Well, they just kept selling vol no matter what the price. And they just kept on selling just because. Some people started selling it, not knowing what it was. The short that never ends. Will they keep on selling it? Yeah, they'll keep on selling it just because. We went over that part. I may have sold bear calls way too early, but they're reviving. You don't deserve to make money in the market, AJ. Even breaking even infuriates me. Your thoughts on Lamb Chop's play along? Mid. Except for Charlie Horse. He was dope. How infuriating is it that I closed the long leg of a bear call at 30 while leaving the short leg open? Here's what's infuriating, AJ. The fact that you have portfolio margin. Chances of a Go EV OPEX run. Slightly better than they were earlier today. Oh, thank you, Dork. I figured that statement would have pissed off you or Carl. Likelihood we close under 50.25. Ah, that's a good question. Losing 50.25 wasn't good, but there's still a little bit of support at 50.10. It really depends on in the money capitulation and how many of the short puts keep closing out. If we can pressure through these, this is what I talked about earlier. If we can pressure through these short puts to the downside here, which we haven't yet, but if we could and squeeze those out, then we have a pretty good chance of testing 5,000. Although I do think we squeezed off like a little bit of that positioning, just not a lot of it. And there's only 30 minutes left, which makes it harder because the gamma becomes more supportive and the out of the money calls have a little bit more leverage. Since we did the bounce, you said was a distinct possibility. Are we bullish now? No, not really. We haven't bounced enough to be bullish. We just bounced a little. I would like this to read downwards now. Dork, we're on the precipice. Trying to hold their gains, yeah. I'm not sure how well that's working out for them. Under 25 is tricky, but there's call walls at 10 and 505. But there's also a shitload of puts at 5,000, so it's hard to say. Yeah, there's some supports, but they may not be very strong. Also, VIX is starting to push 17 again. Getting kind of close. That's going to be the story of the day. We just opened where we closed. Realized vol is flat and VIX is down 9%. Or we just closed where we opened. The 49.75p is stacked because of the JPM color. So it'll just always be stacked. It's not going anywhere. Gherk chooses which ads to play. If you're getting Botox ads, then there's a reason. His wrinkly balls. Don't tell him I said so. No, the MM's not a net seller on the flat tape here. That's below 5,000. Do you know anything about the stack a friend of mine swears by? BX. They're buying a music copywriting service. TLT also back to spot. Nothing ever happens. You SOB. I have the Lamb Chop song stuck in my head. Maybe some Scrotax will rekindle things with the misses. Maybe. Can you go over the implications of the ECB cutting rates before the Fed does? Yeah, it'll devalue the euro against the dollar substantially. It'll cause the top end of the US yield curve to rocket. Do you think anyone cares about Verizon earnings? No. I don't think anybody cares about whether they beat or not. I don't think it matters. It's fucking Verizon. Yeah, Dixie would rocket. Verizon already had earnings? Oh, they missed? Oh, okay. Who has earnings tonight? Anyone? Yeah, nothing interesting. Ooh, I saw a bunch of ASML trucks on the freeway yesterday when I was coming home from the Costco. They had like big shock absorbers under these like weird metal canisters. ASML. No, not cars. The the fab manufacturers. Oh shit, QQQ puts in the money. Nice. So this is like bearish, right? Well, yeah. I don't know where they were taking them. I just saw them on the highway, and I was like, "Whoa, those are weird looking." It was like a convoy of them, though. It was very strange. Yeah, Intel's getting ready to build their fabs or something. I mean, there can't be very many destinations for that equipment, right? So MM didn't give me the in the money spread. I bought the put spread instead. So your boy made some money. Nice. You guys remember that meme from forever ago? It was like, it's your boy, skinny penis. I need to find that video. Hey, thanks. What did I do? Destination unknown. Ruby, Ruby, Ruby Soho? I did all of this? I assure you I did not. How do we not just get sucked into 5,000 here? Did George Washington actually say, I cannot lie, I like big butts? Sounds about right. You said support at 5010. Yeah, but I want it to not be a very good one. Also, QQQ still selling off, which is dope. Dorkham 6 for 6. It's a perfect day. I will not gamble on Tesla earnings. That's a good mantra. Around 2:24 p.m., you asked yourself if you had more settled cash because you wanted to short this. I ghosted that with a 0 DTE. Thanks, Gherk. I've definitely maximized profits on the $60 I had left over. Wait, when are FUBO earnings? Can I loan you 15k so you can trade without PDT on stream? I'll take no interest. That would defeat the purpose. The fun is defeating PDT. And if I do finally apply the effort and beat PDT with this account, I'll have increased my holdings in the account by 12,500%. Really? Never heard you say, whoa, I love him as getting out of PDT. Always, motherfucker, they hit my stops. Guess I'll buy out of the money QQQ puts. Well, that's what happened. And then I got wicked out on them. Look at this crazy end of day sell off. How bad was that? Oh, okay. I got filled like right at my stop. Nice. 69 cents. Boom. And my cost basis was... $0.20. Go EV doing a squeezy. Ooh, look at that. Nice. I do have Go EV tips. They're expanding. There's been covering going on all day. It just hasn't really improved price until now. But yeah, they're going. Which, as you can see, is bullish. I wonder if it breaks delta neutral before the end of the day. I like this ramp up in volume. It's spicy. What's DN on GoEV? Maybe 325. Hard to say, but you feel that, Gherk? It's time to FOMO in at the top. Yeah. There's nothing the pickle jar loves buying more than scalloped upward price action. Those EOS support lines are amazing. I know. I'm very talented. It's called confirming the trend. The stock has like 300% IV at the money. You're not confirming shit. You're just hoping. It's like you let someone else throw the craps dice. Hey, that thing GoEV is doing, can you do that to Fubo and or Beyond? The Beyond needs to go back on Reg Show before it does anything interesting. How many DTE is reasonable for the strangle into tomorrow? I might not strangle. VIX is sub 17. I'll probably just straddle at the money 2 DTE. Maybe 3. I don't know. At the, like, fixed strike vol is expensive right now because GDP and PCE. Well, into the end of the week. I'll probably just do like 2 DTE straddle. When PCE, GDP, GoEV. I mean, GoEV right now, it's popping off. It's got 13 more minutes of halting into close. Do you get another week of bouncing around 5,000? It's very possible. Yeah. We need a lot of repositioning right now for bigger moves. Also, all of the data coming out this week, there's a lot of it, right? Is going to encourage market participants to build positions at spot. 5,000 butterfly for Friday. I mean, you're going to get blown up if PCE's hot, though. I kind of expect the end of the week to, like, I kind of expect the week to go like that. Maybe. The only problem is that, like, it could go like this. So, like, GDP, PCE. What Tup doing? It's been running all day. It's up like 20%. I don't fucking know. How do you get blown up on something that has 100x profit on risk? You sell 50 of them? Duh. Do you sell your straddles at open? Sometimes. Sometimes I leg out of them. That's on other money. Bull put 1 DCE. I don't like it. What kind of price target do you have on GoEV? I don't know. I think it can break like 350 and then maybe 15% above that. It could run more than that. It doesn't really have a gamma max, so I mean, theoretically, if people just keep buying calls, it could just keep going up. But I highly doubt it goes much beyond like $4. I'd make 14 trillion if that happens. If you bought enough calls to make GoEV, make 14 trillion off GoEV, it would already be at like $300. What about if Wall Street Bets gets wind of it? Market cap's too low. And then I'd have to sell all my calls, which would suck. I have 50 contracts, thank you very much. I have 110. Maybe I don't have enough. I only need Fubo to go to 33,300,000. I have 1, I have 2. Don't worry, I'm here. Hi, Carl. Nice. Cost basis covered. 49.80 end of day. Let's fucking go. Maybe 5,000, but that's gonna be tough. There's still a lot of supportive positioning at 50.10. It was just chopped between 75 and 5,000 for the first half of the day. Yeah, then we got the bullish breakout at 5,000, which was fun, and then that kind of died. Ooh, we are losing 50.10. This... Okay. I mean, we could drag... yeah, there's another call wall at 5,005. But if that sells off, we could close at 5,000. Tough. Tough to pull that off. Forex Gary V chart, please. Someone crashed the May 3 calls that I didn't ghost you on. They didn't crash at all. They're still up like 100%. Look at me, Greg. I'm the Fubo Gamma ramp now. Nice, man. Are you proud of yourself? Yeah, it's totally not Atomic's 10,000 short calls at $2 or a $1.50. I only have 41cc at $1.50. Ah, okay. Can you do a quickie on DKNG? Cookies and leche. I only like the meme stocks that I'm looking at. It looks like dog shit. Back to 38? How does this company make money? 39? It's not even that much. Oh, that's the 5-minute. I don't know. Back to 32. Maybe 25. It looks like garbage. Like, very distributive, failing. $40 seems like an important support. It's true he mocked me for GoEV for a couple of weeks before it became a thing. You were buying shares of it. That was gross. You didn't even wait for the new options chain. No problem, man. Gherkin checked you in. What is it? Yeah, it looks like it's going to $20. Exactly. Ooh. Oh. 1 second. Nice, Nuke. Are we set up for bullishness tomorrow? No, it's kind of just the same as today's open. I mean, we'll see what positioning looks like, but... Who calls 3 minutes before close? It's an excellent question. Dude, why isn't GoEV halting? Did I panic sell all my GoEV calls? I don't know. I sold a few of them. Cover my cost basis. No sell, no sell. Less than 5 minutes to close. No halts. What? There's definitely halts. 5 minutes to close. The move's only 6% so far. When do you think out of the money strikes on GoEV are looking reasonable? I have 2, 3, and 350 calls. I haven't looked at PGR. There's lots of stocks that only go up. What's special about it? Ding ding. The day is done. Alright. So start with GoEV. Looks like some covering. It's got some room to run. Over the next few days, it's possible that it runs up above the $4 calls, maybe. I would say there's less volume on this move than the one post split, but there's definitely a lot more obligations. Probably try to short it down a bit in the overnight session, but we'll see. Might climb back up in the morning. SPX closed a little higher today, bouncing off of the Friday's low. Saw a pretty decent high around 50.40, which failed as it ran out of top of the book liquidity to move higher. This is kind of the problem right now. There's not enough. We dropped so fast that there hasn't been a big accumulation of like out of the money sold calls. So there's nothing to squeeze. And the bulls really like they can short vol all they want and buy 0 DTE calls, but if they don't have any of their short calls to squeeze out, there's just not a lot they can do, right? And that's gonna probably keep us pinned to the huge amount of delta at 5,000 over the next few days. But we'll see. I mean, they'll probably continue to keep trying to climb out until GDP, at which point they might actually get like that breakout that I was pointing towards here in the middle of the week. And that upside test in like the 51.35-ish range. But not yet. It's still going to take some time for them to build up enough leverage to pull that off. CTAs go long again at like 5,200, so I don't think that's really a concern right now. May actually be just a little bit above 5,200 now. Futures started kind of a new trend today, uptrend. We failed the prior, so we can get rid of that. Probably looking in like the 50-20 range for downside support, depending on the overnight move. I feel like this will stay pretty stable right here around like 50-45, kind of in this range, right? Through the overnight session. I don't think there's anything really important coming out tonight, so probably nothing to move things significantly. Commodities dropped a little bit today, down 47 points. Still kind of chopping there after their breakout and consolidating a bit, but it's obvious that risk expectations are still heightened. Commodities aren't pulling back in any meaningful way. Yields are staying pretty elevated. I think the 10-year is still around 4.6. Dollar pushed up a little bit today, but not very much. It did hit some nice highs today, but it seems to be kind of just stagnating here right around 106.10, 106.20. Correlation pulled back super fucking hard, in line with the 9.5% drop on VIX. So they're really shorting a ton of vol to try to get those long puts to stop out, which helps move to the upside, and also get sufficient leverage for an upside pump. I feel like this isn't going to stop going into tomorrow. We're probably going to see more of this, especially because we're seeing them short vol further out here on the 3-month. Right, like VIX 3-month dropped 8.26% today, and I think this, VIX is still in backwardation though, even with today's move. So another leg down on bad news or heightened risk in the Middle East could spark another big move up in volatility right now. Like, it's not fully under control, but they're trying very, very hard to get it under control, and they could easily do that over the next 2 days. Carry trades still getting leveraged up pretty hard. Forward return on volatility still positive. Move, I don't think this is updated, but this might be from Friday. Skew bounced back on Friday, which was a bit weird, but we talked about that yesterday. 20% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. This reversal should probably be considered bullish, but I would say probably a lot more bullish once we get above like 35%. And a whole new week of correlation, but correlation is actually improved, and we're at negative 20.46. So despite all the vol shorting, VIX and VIX futures are more closely correlated now than they were at the end of last week. And we're pricing in about 0.33 rate cuts, which is roughly in line with where we've been since the 10th. We move up a little bit, down a little bit. I think our low has been like 0.3, 0.29, with like a high of 0.41. So mostly pricing in less than 2 rate cuts. Hot GDP and hot PCE could change this, and we may fall below the 0.25 level. Pretty much everything up today besides Tesla and UNH. And then out here on the technical side, the EMA 30 crossed under the 50 moving average, which should imply a period of extended downside beginning, and a continuation to the downside over time. but it's very likely that we bounce back and retest that EMA 30 before falling further, right? So we should expect some kind of small rally up to like the 5. That's about 511, which is also the reversal signal out here on the monthly. That 511 from the Feb high, 511.06 right there. So a bounce back, retest this long-term trend, and then we'll see, right? That's the point at which we'd probably look for a bigger failure again. Obviously, that'll see VIX drop, and it'll open up the opportunity for more puts to come in at lower levels in stronger positions. This drop was really maybe too fast for bears to get out ahead of it. But if we get a continuation of this drop, which is what we'd be looking for here, you might find that positioning is a lot stronger the second time around. When do healthcare costs go back into inflation? The May report. So it'll be released in June. The June CPI for May. So June release, May CPI. That should be a substantial uptick in inflation too. So as long as inflation remains high through May, we should expect it to move sharply higher in June. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Later.